कंसल्टेंट यूआई कंसल्टेंट में खुश आमदीद। उम्मीद करता हूँ आप सब खैरियत से होंगे। इटली एम्बेसी की अपॉइंटमेंट के हवाले से एक अपडेट आई है, एक खबर आई है जो कि मैं समझता हूँ फौरी तौर पर आप तक पहुँचा दूँ कि आपको इटली एम्बेसी की अपॉइंटमेंट कैसे मिलेगी। शार्ट सी वीडियो होगी लेकिन खबर इसमें बहुत बड़ी है। इटली एम्बेसी वालों ने जो ईमेल पर अपॉइंटमेंट मिल रही थी, यहाँ पर इटली एम्बेसी की अपॉइंटमेंट के हवाले से एक अपडेट आई है, एक खबर आई है जो कि मैं समझता हूँ फौरी तौर पर आप तक पहुँचा दूँ कि आपको इटली एम्बेसी की अपॉइंटमेंट कैसे मिलेगी। शार्ट सी वीडियो होगी लेकिन खबर इसमें बहुत बड़ी है। इटली एम्बेसी वालों ने जो ईमेल पर अपॉइंटमेंट मिल रही थी, यहाँ पर अपॉइंटमेंट के लिए एम्बेसी को ईमेल करते थे और पहले तो आपकी मेल नहीं जाती थी या फिर आपकी मेल चली जाती थी तो आपको जवाब नहीं आता था। और पहले तो आपकी मेल नहीं जाती थी या फिर आपकी मेल चली जाती थी तो आपको जवाब नहीं आता था। ये सारी हर्डल्स उन्होंने ख़त्म कर दी हैं और उन्होंने नोटिफिकेशन जारी किया है जो आज की डेट में जारी हुआ है और इस पर काम कल से शुरू होगा। ये 4 अक्टूबर और रात 10 बजे का टाइम है जब मैं वीडियो बना रहा हूँ और ये वीडियो बिल्कुल विदाउट किसी कटिंग के और एडिटिंग के आप तक जाएगी। अभी अपलोड इसको कर दिया जाएगा ताकि आप लोग जल्द से जल्द ये चीज़ देख लें, नोटिफिकेशन देख लें। ये नंबर उन्होंने दी है, मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ। ये जनाब आपको लेटर जो स्क्रीन पर इस वक्त नज़र आ रहा है, ये कंप्यूटर पे की स्क्रीन पर मैंने खोला हुआ है और ये मैंने इटली एम्बेसी की वेबसाइट से डाउनलोड किया। ये अभी आपको दिखा देता हूँ। ये इटली एम्बेसी की मैं वेबसाइट खोल रहा हूँ। ये इधर नोटिफिकेशन लगा है ये वाला और इधर से मैंने इसको डाउनलोड किया है। आप उसको ख़ुद भी देख सकते हैं। लगा है ये वाला और इधर से मैंने इसको डाउनलोड किया है।
understood we'll never be alone. Those days are gone. Now I want you so much. The night is long and I need your touch. Don't know what to say. I never mean to feel this way. Don't want to be alone tonight. What can I do to make it right? Falling so hard, so fast this time. What
The WES, or WES credential evaluation process, can be explained in a few steps.
Possibly
Smith
preferring to. Oh, it's a big drive and Brook gets away with it. It's a slightly fuller length on this occasion from Henry, and that drew Root into the shot.
Just that teasing length. He's that kind of bowler. You go and ask any of the top players around the world. He's someone they'll hate facing, because he's thereabouts all the time, testing your footwork, testing if you know where your off stump is. Yeah.
Just talking about Graham Gooch and his record in World Cups. Throughout the World Cup, we're going to have some iconic images from the countries around the world. How about this one? Glenn Turner from 1975. I wasn't fortunate enough, Ravi, to see him play, but you would have done.
I watched it on the television. He was a big player for New Zealand, hugely consistent. With so many runs for Worcestershire in county cricket and for New Zealand in one-day cricket.
In the days when overseas players sort of got to know their counties for a period of time, as opposed to flying in and flying out like is the case nowadays, particularly with the T20 league.
So you could identify each county with the pro. A lot of people will reel off those names even today. And see this pitch now will get a little slower once the ball gets a little older, especially in the first half. So the spinners have an opportunity, but you got to bowl straight.
And you mentioned dew, Ravi. I mean, is it possible to predict when it comes?
And not really, but it might come, but not as much as you would get during say an IPL final in the month of April or May.
Well, a one-handed thrash through wide mid-off for Jonny Bairstow brings up England's 50 after 10 overs, 51 for 1.
Sky Sports takes you to India for the greatest cricket on earth. Nothing beats the exhilarating atmosphere, thrilling rivalries, and nail-biting drama. Nothing beats winning a World Cup. Apart from winning again, see England defend the captivating Cricket World Cup. Live on Sky Sports.
Just wait for the umpire's signal. To the second power play. 51 for 1 from 10. Santner just wants to make an adjustment to the field. It's happening out in the deep on the leg side and being pushed pretty much exactly on square.
Yeah.
They feature the game with the two captains both being wicket keepers. They're a long way away from their charge at the far end, less so with someone like Santner, but if you mark Whitney's a distance away, Josh Buttler on occasions has to run up and go and speak to him. Bairstow got the innings off to a fly, a lovely flip through the leg side. There were a couple of lovely drives from him straight, as there were from Dawid Malan. That was a chance, a little edge as Santner came into the attack off the outside edge of Malan. New Zealand were desperately after their opening breakthrough. It eventually came through the excellence of Hary, banging away on that good length to find the outside edge of Malan. Bairstow is 32, Root is new to the crease on 5, 53 for 1.
You mentioned, Waddy, about the keepers being captains and away from really the bowler where he can have a chat with him on a regular basis. What he will do well here in these conditions is set the field for his bowler. He would realize that this is a slowish pitch. The fielders have to get a little squarer on either side. So if you look at the field, a normal square leg or a point is way forward and square. There's little more pace, and he's the best person to judge, standing behind. I mean, much like MS Dhoni would do. He was very good in setting the field when spinners were in operation, once he judged the pace of the pitch.
I used to watch MS Captain, you just knew absolutely the bowler wasn't going to argue with him. You set the field, MS, I'll bowl.
Well, that's Santner's game, really. Those two deliveries that we've just seen, that's his game. Variations in pace. That last ball quite quick through the air and with not a lot of flight. Previous ball much slower, but each of them bowled with a very similar arm speed and very little change of action.
54 for 1. He's determined to not give Jonny Bairstow too much room with that angle from around the wicket. Sliding in, and as Nath says, a bit slower, maybe a bit of purchase. Find the pace for the pitch. That's what the great Shane Warne always used to say about spin bowling. 4 for 1. And we have a change of bowling. Matt Henry will take a breather and try and cool down. Trent Bolt is 3 overs from the far end. He's switching to the end that I'm commentating from now. It's going to be a challenge for Latham just to juggle the bowlers. Lockie Ferguson not available, Saudi not available. So at some point, he's going to have to fiddle some overs because he can't have Bolt and Henry bowling all the way through. Henry was excellent to the left hand in Milan, dragging that length just back a wee bit. Plenty of plays and misses. Milan went after a couple and then eventually managed to feather it through to Latham.
Well, Bolt has come back to have a crack at Root. He's got a very good record against Joe Root, principally though by swinging the ball back. Saw him get Root on a couple of occasions in the most recent ODI series in England. He's round the wicket here because there's not a great deal of swing for him, but another reason is that they need early wickets. You talked about the balance of this New Zealand side. They're going to have to fiddle some overs from somewhere, so the more wickets they can get at the start, the less pressure it puts on the rest of that bowling attack. So there's two reasons here for Bolt coming back to have a crack at Root.
Does mean you sort of play your aces a bit early in the hand though, doesn't it? Well, he plays that shot brilliantly. It's something he's been working on for a while and he usually nails it, and he's nailed that one for 6.
Well, the New Zealand bowlers are no stranger to this shot from Joe Root. Anybody who watched the start of England's Test match resurgence under Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum under the so-called Bazball would have seen Root do this to New Zealand in that Test match series, principally to Tim Saudi. So he plays it brilliantly. Even though it looks a high-risk shot, he rarely misses.
You're right though, but I was chatting with him yesterday. He said he couldn't play it in the last game. He missed 5 on the spin or something. Well, he's nailed that one.
But full credit to him, to adapt to what the team needs. Sometimes you get batsmen at that level who are so stubborn that it's difficult to get them out of their comfort zone. And I think he's become a better player, trying to do that. Better all-round player across formats. Because just the tempo he's maintaining now will help not only him, but the England team too.
Tells you something about his character as well, because having played for so long, so brilliantly, and having scored so many runs, it would have been very easy for him to say, no, this is how I play, I'm sticking to what I know. But it tells you about his curiosity and his open-mindedness and his preparedness to do what the captain wants him to do. And I was talking about Ben Stokes really in the England Test match team.
Might push for 2. In the end, we'll settle for a single to end the 12th, 61 for 1. In terms of that improvement you're talking about, Ravi, sometimes it's the benefit of not playing games of cricket. He came to IPL, didn't play a lot, but what he did do was he absolutely nailed the net bowlers, and he was in there and they couldn't drag him out. He was just working on a few things which you can't do if you're playing all the time.
The reason I said it about Root, as you mentioned, what you mentioned, is I speak from experience as coach sitting in that dressing room where a lot of players are very hesitant or reluctant to make a change because they're afraid of what they might lose, as opposed to, like Athers mentioned, being curious as to what they might gain by making the change.
Is that a roundabout way of saying your India players ignored you when you were coach, Ravi?
No, a few, till you have to literally, push them, to try something different. Because it's like you mentioned, they're so used to, accumulating those runs over the years. Sometimes you forget you've got to evolve with the times because the opponent is evolving. He knows your game. He's getting one step on you.
And young players coming in behind you as well. And coming in behind Root and Bairstow is Hary Brook, and he's one of those very good young players who's got an unbelievable range of stroke play. So you're right, you've got to keep moving with the times.
Latham's just making an adjustment to the field. Mid-on is going to go back onto the fence. Brilliant fielding. He is such an athlete. There's the fact that that injury has happened to Ben Stokes and they've been able to replace him with Hary Brook, a batter that covers a few bases, justified that difficult decision to leave out Jason Roy from the squad.
Well, I think that's exactly why they chose Brook in the end. Obviously Roy had those back spasms in the series against New Zealand, so couldn't play.
Gone. He's just checked it. He's just punched it up in the air. Mitchell has moved around swiftly and smartly to his left. He's got a great set of hands, and out of nowhere Bairstow is out.
Yeah, Bairstow is looking extra cover here. Mitchell is stood a little wide actually in that long off position, perhaps a little bit wider than you would normally be, but you can see with the position that Bairstow has got in there, he's trying to thread that over extra cover. He doesn't quite get it wide enough, and as you say, Mitchell a very, very safe pair of hands in the deep. So Santner into the power play, unusually so, but picking up a key wicket of Bairstow here, who started brightly but has gone for 33 off 35. England 64 for 2.
Watch two huge games in the WSL as Manchester United take on Arsenal and Liverpool host Aston Villa, live on Sky Sports.
Two big games from the Sky Bet Championship as Birmingham host West Brom and Sunderland face Middlesbrough. Watch all the action live on Sky Sports.
So both England openers have been dismissed. The latest to go, Jonny Bairstow for 33. Here comes Hary Brook, who has replaced Ben Stokes in this side. And he's batting, of course, at number 4. Lots of discussion ahead of the World Cup as to whether he would be in the side or Jason Roy. He got the nod in the squad, and he's got the nod because of Stokes' injury today.
Yep, exactly why England selectors picked him in the end, because of that versatility and that ability to cover not just a top order place but a middle order place as well, which he's had to do today with the injury of Ben Stokes. So what an opportunity for Hary Brook, who 3 weeks ago didn't think he was going to be in this World Cup, and now gets a go in the first game at this vast new stadium. His IPL experience was up and down, wasn't it? 100, one eye-catching 100, but not a lot else. So maybe he's got a bit to prove in the conditions.
Beautiful Santner.
64 for 2.
Six, 65 for 2, and Trent Bolt coming in, and reason why Hary Brooks is there is because Bairstow trying to go inside out over cover. It was quite wide. Sorry, long off. A good catch. And Santner has certainly come in and been able to have an impact straight away.
Pulls this one out towards the gap at deep backward square. And it has gone all the way for 4.
Well, that's going to ease Hary Brook. If he was a little bit nervous, you kind of want a delivery like that. Had plenty of time sat up. This shows you what this pitch is like. It is an absolute highway at the moment.
Nine for 2, so England have been sent in. And it's a fair start, but not a start that they would be looking for, not used to. They're slightly more aggressive in their approach normally. Towards the end of the 14th over, and very good afternoon, Owen Morgan.
Afternoon, Dooley. Afternoon, Lisa. Good to be here. Very timely wicket for Tom Latham and his team. I'd say from an England point of view, losing 2 early wickets plays into New Zealand's hands in many ways. England ultimately will try and be as aggressive as they can, but haven't got away from New Zealand. Success of their side, predominantly under Kane Williamson, has been to restrict sides over the years, be very disciplined, be very resilient, and ultimately adapt to conditions. They've done that very well so far today.
On to a little bit of pace off in the last couple of overs has Bolt. It's been better. 69 for 2. Santner's been good. Got the wicket in his previous over. Haven't seen a lot of turn at all, Owen Morgan, but Santner's key is that flight.
Yeah, absolutely. Controls his length really well, but the skill is in the deception which he controls that length. Just lures you in on different occasions.
Sliding down.
And the deception makes the length that he bowls very difficult to pick throughout stages of his spell. Bowls are a great deal of control at any.
No run there. Bolt quickly in. Not enough pace for Root to play that shot.
Yeah, and that's the skill. When he comes straighter, he just varies his pace ever so slightly. Extracts a little bit more turn out of the pitch.
Yes, Mitchie.
You can see the average speeds just on the bottom there, where he floats between 100 and goes down to 75 kilometres an hour.
Ends the 15th over, 73 for 2. James Neesham, the attack, it has been driven beautifully. Just slightly overpitched and put away.
That's a beautiful shot from Hary Brook. Always seems to have a lot of time on the ball. Just needs to find the gap here today. Really fast outfield and not even the diving Trent Boult stop that.
Should push for 2 here. Big ground square of the wicket, but they decide against it in the end.
A loosen up. And we've seen New Zealand when they have gone full up, they've been punished. A little bit slippery there for Brook. A lot of square pitches.
Crucial role to play, Jimmy Neesham, in this World Cup. Bat at number 6. Maybe 7. In the order. Today might even be lower than that, with all the batters playing, or the all-rounders playing anyway, so it might even be lower than that today, down at 8. But the job with the ball will be crucial for him with no Lockie Ferguson.
I wonder also, apart from the depth that he gives the New Zealand side from a batting point of view, I wonder, given how strong England are, especially their middle order against spin, he's going to play a role potentially just to keep them quiet, not feed them exactly what they want.
Human achievement. The drive to understand, to improve. These are the things that bring us greatness.
Who said electricity can't be adventure?
Bairstow out for 33, Malan out for 14, and one of the key contributors for England through this World Cup will be Joe Root, he's 19 from 26.
The only thing I've got to do in this tournament is contribute to us being successful as a team. Having individual goals is good in terms of helping you get to that point, but my concern is making sure that I'm contributing to this team and helping us get to where we need to get to.
His contributions are crucial, that is for sure. He's had a lean time of it of late. 50 over game, Joe Root. He is a vital cog, and you do not keep great players down for too long.
Well, the last World Cup in 2019, he scored the most runs for England, 556. That's 61, and whilst he's kind of going through a bit of a lean patch at the moment, he does like conditions here in India as well. Averages over 50, and he loves ICC events. He just rises to another level.
Rachin Ravindra, different left arm orthodox to Mitchell Santner, who bowled the ball a little bit quicker. Quite get up and over the top as much as Santner.
Brilliant set! Brilliant set! Come boy!
In that crucial position at point. It's not easy fielding when the ball kind of scoots off that square.
Slightly short and pulled away through mid-wicket. Couple of bounces to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, really good shot from Hary Brook. And his strength, certainly when he plays against spin, is picking up length. As ever so quickly here. Length is the top of the stumps, but what allows him to play off the back foot is the pace of the delivery.
And again, couple of bounces, or one bounce this time, very much the same position.
Yeah, he was happier with the second shot because he didn't even run. Or just kind of sticking in the hand a little bit. And absolutely cashing in. A real whirlwind story for Hary Brook. Wasn't necessarily selected in the preliminary squad for England. Everyone was talking about Ben Stokes coming back and Hary Brook missing out. This one's even bigger. He goes all the way. Tough over for Ravindra.
These absolute gifts to Hary Brook. Beautiful player. This is a free hit. There's nobody out at deep mid-wicket. Better connection on the previous 2. And this goes all the way for 6. Really building momentum in this first Ravindra over.
Oh, straight up this time. Hasn't got the timing right. It's down. Deep square legs, throat, and he takes the catch, holds on to it. Devon Conway, and Hary Brook goes 4-4-6 out.
Well, I mentioned the previous delivery is a gift. It wasn't far off being the same ball. Hary Brook will be absolutely livid at his lack of placement of this delivery. Again, picks up length early, but there's only that one man square of the wicket on the leg side. Ben Stokes can't believe it. Neither can Hary Brook. England lose their 3rd wicket. Hary Brook plays well for 25. England 94 for 3.
My daughter is not a terrorist.
We are the resistance. Who can land the first blow this season as last season's challenger and champions go head to head? Live on Sky Sports.
And 94 for 3. Apologies. 17 overs. Ravindra with an expensive one, but he did pick up the wicket of Hary Brook. England's reaction to Rachin Ravindra is Moeen Ali. No sign of the captain, no sign of Liam Livingstone. Send the left-handed Moeen Ali out there. Number 5, it's a role he's become accustomed to, moving up and down the order to try and maintain that aggressive nature that England want to play with. Work mid-on from Ravindra, but Joe Root comfortably home.
A nice piece of work from Ravindra at mid-on. Confidence has certainly shifted when it comes to his day. Big wicket of Hary Brook.
Well, the first over by Rachin Ravindra didn't necessarily come out of the hand very well at the start, and Hary Brook absolutely cashed in. That one, the best of them. But one thing that we know about this ground is it's big square of the wicket, and if you don't quite get it, means it keeps the fielders in play, and that's what they were able to do, New Zealand. Should have been put out of the stadium. Unfortunately, it wasn't. But they'll take another wicket.
Goes slow and gets it fined as Joe Root to the boundary for 4 more.
Joe Root taking initiative here, just advancing down the wicket ever so slightly, trying to manipulate the line and length that Nisham is bowling. It's a tickle on it. It's good enough to get the boundary.
Just get the feeling that England identified this period with Nisham, with Ravindra. So we want to go, we want to be aggressive. First ball of Nisham's spell went through extra cover for 4. They want to take that aggressive approach against what are seen to be the 4th, 5th, 6th bowlers if Phillips or someone like that comes on. But key loss of that wicket of Hary Brook. I wonder whether that will slow things down a touch.
Yeah, and I think part of that conversation, Julie, would have been around the omission of Ben Stokes, obviously left-handed, formidable player at number 4 that can work his way through the gears. Devon, Malan, the only other left-hander in that original top 5 where Buttler was at 5. And shifting Ali up the order 1 position. Continue to try and be aggressive.
And there is some of that aggression away through mid-wicket, short from Nisham, punished by Moeen Ali. 105 for 3, 18 gone.
short and put away. With disdain as well. Picked up the length really quickly. Played it well in front of square. The pace of Jimmy Neesham isn't necessarily going to trouble the English batters. He's got to be clever with his variations.
And he's found the gap this time. Successive boundaries will take Graham Gooch another fine 50. Beautifully controlled off drive.
And throughout the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup, we will bring you these magical moments from years gone by. That was Graham Gooch from 1979, the semi-final of the ICC Men's World Cup in 1979. 71 in that game for Graham Gooch.
Cricket World Cups are certainly something that we've all watched as young avid fans, and those moments just reignite our passion for the game. 109 for 3.
World Cup in whites as well.
Simon Doull just asking politely if I was played my first cricket in whites. 79 I was born. Thank you, Simon Doull.
I played ODI cricket in whites.
Just trying to think. Yeah, I think I'm right in saying the first Cricket World Cup in coloured clothing was in 1992, I think. Considerable time ago, you'd have to say.
I was in line for that one. Lost out to a bloke called Murphy Sewer, actually. He played, but didn't play a game. He's travelled the country as New Zealand's 12th man in that 92 World Cup.
To Gooch. And he's found the gap this time. Successive boundaries will take Graham Gooch another fine 50. Beautifully controlled off drive. Another really fine.
Another fine half century for Graham Gooch, England's opener. 1979 World Cup. West Indies taking out first two, of course, in 1975 and 79. This match, the semi-final in Manchester. England 221 for 8. New Zealand 212 for 9 and 60 overs. Get on with it. What were you doing?
The evolution of the game. I think the fact that, you know, everyone's learnt different formats, how to go through the gears. 2 new balls also help. Geez, you're a tough man, Simon Doull.
And the bowler, mind you. He was a batter having a go, you'd say absolutely, no worries.
work from Glenn Phillips. And has evolved and changed dramatically, hasn't it? Even in the last 3, 4, 5 years, the T20 cricket, the evolution of T20 cricket, which has elevated ODI cricket, I think is quite incredible. I mean, we're regularly seeing scores in excess of 300, 350. Amount of cameras at grounds nowadays as well. The action we can bring you, this is part of the innovation. Some of what Joe Root and many others can bring you. Cameras around the ground now used to be covered with 4 and 5 cameras, and cameramen and women. Nowadays we can bring you every single angle from above, from ground level, stump microphones. Sometimes we don't like those on. Coverage is exceptional. It'll be a wide. Spare a thought for those who have to be out in the sun all day while we sit in air conditioning. Credit to all the cameramen and women across the world and around India that are bringing you this coverage of the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup for 2023. Tough job that. Not that. Old mate sitting there with a remote control just having fun all day. Hawkeye, they sit in the air conditioning. They can just put those up in the start of the day as well and not do much else. End of the over, 112 for 3.
In Japan, it was all smiles for Red Bull.
Another win. That wins us our 6th Constructors World Championship.
Now, F1 heads to the desert of Doha.
You have a race in the desert, that means sand. They don't know how slippery it's going to be. We're about to find out.
Will Max Verstappen reign once again?
What a car.
And wrap up the Drivers' Championship.
Let's go, guys.
To become the 3-time world champion. The Qatar Grand Prix weekend. Live on Sky Sports.
Rachin, Ravindra to hold another over. Picked up the wicket of Hary, Brook. And a special commentary stint coming up next for Ian Smith, Ian Bishop and the great Sachin Tendulkar. Welcome to the Combox. Look forward to hearing his thoughts. Carried the trophy out at the start of the day, looking resplendent. Doesn't look a day over 25. Looks like he can still play, actually. 25 plus 25 years of experience, he tells me, so I like that. I might have to use that one day, Satch, but I'll add a few years on it. There's moment before carrying the trophy out and on his way out to the middle of this magnificent stadium. So Sachin Tendulkar will be up next with Ian Bishop and Ian Smith. Look forward to that. Now his bat was wide. I'll tell you that from experience.
Like an absolute barn door. Still love watching him bat. Various different innings over the years. He'd never missed the ball or the middle of his bat.
Down. Speaking about players reinventing themselves, Sachin was playing in a Legends series and he started to kind of bring in the little lap. And I remember having a chat to him and I said, he goes, I've watched all of these players do it. I want to see how hard or easy it is. And yeah, he picked it up pretty quickly. as you'd expect.
Prolonging a few careers, isn't it? Some of the Masters and the Legends League round. It's wonderful to see. Six singles from the Rachin Ravindra over. 21 gone, 118 for 3.
Glenn Phillips, he said before the match that he's happy to be ready to trundle a few of us if necessary. Starts on target. Got him. He is struck. This is magic from Glenn Phillips. He was prepared for it and he's executed Ian Smith to perfection.
Well, this is a real bonus for New Zealand. I mean, we're talking part-timers here in the real essence of the word, and they're getting England players out, very good England players out. They brought out the left-hander and Moeen because they wanted to counter the ball coming in. So New Zealand counter with the ball holding up and going away, and Moeen is through the shot before the ball arrives, and now he's through this innings. He's on his way back, and England have lost their fourth at 118.
In a backwards world, what if you could move forward? Rewrite the code. Armani Code, the refillable puff. Giorgio Armani.
Captain Buttler making his way striding to the middle with his team, the defending champions, in a spot of bother. Very warm conditions. Top class player, Just Buttler. And against the New Zealand team that they had to make up in certain areas today. They've been brilliant.
Right start, boy. Halfway here. Halfway, lads.
This has been terrific from Santner, Rachin, Ravindra, and now Glenn Phillips.
Just holds up, and he's through the shot before the ball arrives. So Moeen really has not got the nature of the pitch sorted there to play across the line. So that's a genuine mistake there. And a real bonus for Glenn Phillips in New Zealand.
As mentioned before, the great Sachin Tendulkar is here with us. Sachin, thank you very much for keeping myself and Ian Smith apart. How excited are you to be here?
Excited to be here because it brings back such wonderful memories. The last time I was here playing was during the quarterfinals of 2011 World Cup against Australia. What a fantastic night that was. 2023 World Cup in India is a big moment for India. And I know for sure that people from India and people traveling from different parts of the globe are going to make this event a special one for all the players here. Really looking forward to it.
We'll come back to it. 1-2-1 for 4.
So much of a thrill for any player to play in a World Cup session, but for Indian players to play at home. The joy of playing, but the pressure of playing at home.
The pressure of expectations is going to be there, that there is no doubt about it. That's why I feel earpods become your best companion. You know, you normally tend to keep yourself occupied with good quality music or reading a book or those kind of things, but it's quite natural that people, wherever you go, people are going to talk about the World Cup and certain big matches which will have more eyeballs than usual. One cannot help it. I mean, it's important to just have the right mindset. I remember in 2011, we actually had this point to discuss during our pre-tournament preparation, and the thought was we have to imagine that billion plus people are with us and not sitting on top of our head. It is all about the direction of the pressure. If the pressure is going to be on your shoulders, you're going to sink down slowly but surely. If the pressure is with you, then there are not many forces who can stop billion plus people coming in that direction.
And as you bring all that experience to the fore, the situation of the match, I'd love to get the situation in the context of this game as you've seen it so far.
I thought up front, if I have to compare both fast bowlers, Trent Boult and Matt Henry, Trent Boult was looking to swing the ball, whereas Matt Henry was very much straight in that channel. And he was getting movement off the pitch, and I felt this particular pitch, more than the swing that you get in the air, bit of movement off the pitch in that channel is more difficult to handle.
Is that pitch map, Sachin, that you're talking about with Matt Henry to right-handers and how often he's been in that channel and that good length? I thought, I agree with you, brilliant.
Yes, Raj.
I think Glenn Phillips will dive at anything. 1-2-5 for 4. You talked, Sachin Tendulkar was talking about the consistency of the seam ball.
I think on a pitch like this, the straighter you bowl and try and do something off the pitch, the tougher it gets for batters. When they see the swing right from the release point, batter gets that fraction extra to free his arms. And that is exactly what I noticed. So Trent Boult was getting the ball to swing, but I felt he was not in that channel enough to trouble batters, whereas Matt Henry was very much straight in line in that channel, and seam movement off the surface did not allow batters to free their arms. Only when Jonny Bairstow had to take that chance up front and go over mid-off, that's when he gave runs.
It's Santner.
Well, Matt Henry has picked up the wicket of Dawid Malan. He just worked away at him the roundabout off stump, and finally Malan got cast a wee bit. He was frustrated even early in the innings. He wanted to get the better of Matt Henry. He couldn't do it out of that consistent line and length. And in the end, a pretty thick edge through to Tom. Yeah. I guess now we're almost at the halfway stage session. We're thinking 126 for 4. What are we thinking is a set-up score all of a sudden?
There's still about 24 overs to go after this, and from a batter's point of view, I would be thinking that if I can build some partnership right now, runs are going to come. I feel with 5 fielders in the ring, spinners end up bowling defensive line at times. New Zealand doing the right thing right now by having 6 fielders in the ring and forcing the batter to take chances. Which is the ideal thing to do right now. But I still feel if they are able to build a partnership here, England will get to close to 300.
Yes, Richie. Yes, Richie.
Love to get some thoughts from both of you across the next over, maybe as to the evolution of the game and what has encouraged that mindset. Santner's been outstanding bowling at the stumps for the most part. 1-8 for 4. Good spinners will say never leave the stumps, so don't leave the stumps too often. I think Santner has exemplified that. What a wonderful facility. Yeah, wonderful facility. This Narendra Modi Stadium hopefully produces an excellent match and a great tournament.
But you talk about the evolution of the game. For me, it's about attitude. It's about the attitude of the players that is changing and trying to move the game forward at a greater rate. Of course, T20 cricket has helped people to have confidence to be more aggressive. But for me, it's an attitude thing.
Correct. It's the attitude, but also at the same time, I feel the changes the rules of the game has encouraged players to think differently. Of course, T20 format, because of that, players are thinking differently. They are more innovative. They're taking more chances. They're backing themselves because they are practicing those shots in the nets.
Very good. Very, very good from Joe Root.
Because the players are practicing those shots in the nets, they are practicing themselves to go out and execute those shots in the middle. And what is also helping at the same time is the restriction to have 5 fielders in the ring, where spinner has to bowl semi-defensive line and not experiment too much, because there is always one side open. You got to have either a mid-wicket in the ring, deep mid-wicket in the ring, or a mid-on or a long-off. Somebody has to be in the ring, which gives an opportunity for batters to score runs in boundaries. I also feel where the use of 2 new balls has kind of eliminated reverse swing from ODI cricket.
I'll come back to more of that discussion. 1-3-5 for 4.
Love to fridge gaze. We've made a fridge you'll love. LG InstaView. Knock twice, see inside. Knock twice and get smart savings on LG InstaView and selected fridges.
We're gonna lay it down pretty easy. Take a load off, man. And load.
They're waving at Ian Smith and Sachin Tendulkar, who are alongside me here in the commentary box and taking photos from a distance. Yeah, enjoying the vibe. Sachin and Ian Smith know about vibing in the Caribbean. Santner again. What about favorite World Cup memories? Such a big tournament. Still a very special tournament. No two, you two would have clashed against each other.
Lovely.
Number of special World Cup memories. I would rate the one in 2003 against Pakistan that we played at the Centurion. Was possibly the most hyped up game that I've ever been part of. I clearly remember my friends telling me literally a year before we played. I thought we played on the 1st of March in 2003 at the Centurion, and my friends had started telling me almost a year before that come what may, we have to win that game. Whatever happens in the rest of the tournament, it's fine. We don't think like that. We go out to win each and every match. We want to go out there to win the tournament. But that was the thing. I mean, driving to the ground. I remember fans from Pakistan as well as India on both sides of the bus cheering for respective teams. It was a surreal moment. I thought the atmosphere was incredible, and then the goosebump feeling is when you go inside the stadium sing the national anthem. It's a special feeling.
And things just dribbling along at the moment. 139 for 4.
Well, for me, the highlight of playing in World Cups, so I played in 3, was to play at home, because as Session has pointed out, the pressure is on you to perform at home, but the joy, if you do well, you can't replicate anywhere else in the world. So 1992, our very first game we played Australia, we were massive underdogs for Session. We were not expected to win. We won. We absolutely won the game. Martin Crowe got 100, and the World Cup, from New Zealand's point of view, was launched. And the wave started. That started the wave. So that game, beating Australia in 1992 in the opening game, just as this is, at Eden Park, for me, my greatest memory of World Cups.
Remember watching that, indeed it was special. We'll get a throwback, Sachin, in the end to that 96 World Cup. Nice from Josh Buttler. It's an area that he's so very strong. Down on the ground. Brilliant.
He's been waiting for the sling. He knows he can't really afford to get out at this point, because 5 down after 26 overs is not part of England's plan, but he also knows that that kind of length can't go unpunished, and it is right in the slot for a very fine player. Ravindra knew it as soon as he saw him get into the action. That lofted drive, there was only going to be one result.
Could be a couple of runs. What do you remember, Sachin, about that 96 World Cup?
'96 World Cup, again a big moment, because I remember in 1987 I was a ball boy. At the very ground we saw that we were playing against Australia. And in '96 to actually be a part of Indian team playing against Australia was a fantastic feeling. I've always dreamt of playing the World Cup and winning the World Cup, because that is where in 1983 my journey started. And I started chasing my dream. It took me a while to hold that trophy in my hands, but the best part was I never lost hope.
I felt your wrath in that 96 World Cup very early in the tournament as well. Top edged one, and our keeper, sorry Smithy, no offense, our wicket keeper stood under it and didn't lay a glove on it. And that was the last time we saw any chance great man went to Woakes, Sachin Tendulkar, leading run scorer of that 96 World Cup. More from Sachin and Ian Smith. 150 comes up, 150 for 4. Ian Smith, you felt a little piece of it as well, didn't you?
I feel absolutely no sympathy for you at all, Ian Bishop. No sympathy whatsoever. I mean, I grew up through West Indies, remember? I toured the West Indies. I caught the fearsome, fivesome, the lot. So no sympathy if you had something bad happen off your bowling.
My namesake.
Those West Indies back in those days, Sasha, mate. We had to put up with that. The Holdings, Garners.
We like watching them but not playing them.
Just for you, Sachin, and I'll come back to that again. What sort of little stories, what's your, just in World Cups, what comes back flooding to your mind, little anecdote?
Well, since England is playing here, I should talk about a match that we played in Bengaluru against England in 2011. We got to the stadium about 2.5 hours before the game started, just to soak in the atmosphere. And I was actually carrying 21 bats during that tournament. And out of 21, there was and out of 21 bats, there was only one that I liked the most, which I played with for almost 2 years. And I used to take that bat every day back to the room and repair the bat.
Good stuff from Bolt. .166 for 4. Julie, how does Latham play it from here then? We've got 20 overs of the game remaining, just looking down at the bowling. Figures Bolt has bowled 7. Henry has 5 remaining. Where's he going?
Yeah, he's trying to hold Mitch Santner back a little longer. He's been brilliant today as Santner, 7 overs, 1 for 26. Got to get 20 out of Nicholls. Ravindra, Phillips. Haven't seen Mitchell yet. Well, Mitchell is an option, but he's got 11 overs at the moment from Nicholls, Ravindra and Phillips. You've got to get 20 out of those 3. Henry for maybe another 2, possibly 3. I'm not sure about 3 at the back end of the innings. I like a quick bowler with 2. I don't like 3 at the back end, especially if there's a set batter. It's a very difficult task. So maybe 3 for Henry shortly. Oh, he tried to go and scoot that down to 3rd. There is a man placed down there. It's Ravindra, and he got himself in a bit of a pickle.
That's a shot that we've seen Joe Root execute so well, particularly of late. Just gets caught in two minds. Neesham and Root have a little chuckle about it. Interesting shot because he just tries to get it over the keeper's head. One leg through. Our back.
Beautifully timed. Beats extra cover. Outfield is fast. Lovely from England's captain Josh Buttler.
Beautiful timing here from England's skipper. The outfield is absolutely lightning fast. It's extra cover. A couple of meters. England continuing to mix it up. Cross seam delivery, the old wobble seam.
Doesn't beat back. Good point. Had he done so, there was no third in place, and that would have gone away for four. But put us, Morgs, into the captain's mindset here for Latham, and later on it'll be Josh Buttler. When you're trying to juggle the bowlers, how many are available, where you're trying to go, how do you work all that out?
I think he's done a magnificent job so far today, barring this partnership so far, which is 53 from 55, Buttler and Root. You would say that he has created opportunities, not necessarily through his best bowlers, but through changing the bowlers up. Rachin, Ravindra taking the prize wicket of Hary Brook early on. He's marshalled his troops really well. Still has a long way to go. England will be targeting upwards of 300. We have to be thinking wickets. Wickets at every stage, and he'll know in the back of his head, two right-handers at the crease at the moment. He probably can't go to Phillips right here and now. So it means a bigger role for Neesham and Ravindra, which are still really good options. Ravindra's figures so far probably don't reflect his contribution. Also some bad deliveries to Hary Brook. 3 in a row, and the fourth wasn't much more different. Just poor execution. When you look at the rest of the overs he has to bowl, 4 left with his allocation of 10 in ODI cricket. You'd say you'd try and ride this confidence.
Doesn't beat extra cover. There was space behind that man, but Buttler couldn't find the gap. 171 for 4.
It's better finish again from Neesham. Sure. How many times of late Neesham's got through 10 overs in an ODI, and he may have to do it today. May have to get through 10.
So Bolt has 3 remaining. Latham now turns to Henry, who has 5. Juggling the pack. Latham as best he can. Williamson not playing today, of course, for New Zealand, but is on the mend. Batted in the warm games, but not quite right in terms of running up and down between the wickets and in the field. Lockie Ferguson, though, Simon Dawid. What's happening there? Because if he needs to be replaced for any reason, if it's a longer injury than perhaps New Zealand and he are hoping for, where do they go?
They're saying a back niggle at the moment. Let's hope that doesn't get worse, I guess, from Ferguson's point of view. Tim Southey came into the World Cup injured. He's still a few days away. Can't feel the end of that thumb at the moment. So I was at the nets yesterday with the New Zealand side, and he was sort of bowling, but found it very difficult to feel the ball at the end of his thumb because he had no feeling. 4 screws and a plate in that thumb of Tim Southey's, and that was only a couple of weeks ago. So he can't play. With Ferguson injured, it made it a very difficult decision, selection decision for New Zealand today. These are the fixtures. They do have the good fortune of playing back-to-back in Chennai, Dharamshala and Bengaluru. So I think of all the sides, they've probably got the best draw. Playing back-to-back at 3 different venues. Less plane rides. Happy with that award.
Not happy with any plane ride, Simon Bill. Have to be perfectly honest with you. I'd rather walk to Chennai if I had the option.
You'd lose a bit. You'd lose a bit of weight.
I think that's going to happen anyway, Dooley.
So yeah, the options, I guess. Kyle Jamieson is here. He has been training with the New Zealand side. Adam Milne, who missed out on the selection.
Beautifully timed. Well, that is Buttler at his absolute supreme best. It's not just the placement, it's how hard he hits it with minimum effort, and that gave long off no chance.
Brilliant manipulation from Buttler here. It's quite a straight line that Henry bowled with. Long off is also straight. Buttler recognises this. Plays the ball really late, then opens up that bottom hand to find the gap.
179 for 4.
We paid a price, I guess, for coming into the tournament with injured players, and that's what New Zealand have found today. They bat deep. They're going to have to restrict England. I think England have gifted wickets. None of the batters have been got out. Malan chased a wide one. Bairstow mistimed one down to Mitchell. Brook should have hit it out of the park, and Moeen Ali's missed a straight one. There hasn't been anyone that's actually been got out, so I think it's a well and truly over 300 surface. And New Zealand back to 9. But how do they round it off? And if Joss Buttler So if he gets going, he's striking with 100. Timing has been perfect of late. If he really puts the foot down and England get to, let's say, 37 overs, 38 overs, only 4 down, New Zealand could be in real trouble.
I know exactly what you mean when you say Harry Brook should hit it out the park, but here's a question for you both. Will anyone ever hit a cricket ball out of this ground?
No. Quite intimidating. First arrive, isn't it? And, Ian Smith. NASA hadn't been here last night when we came to do the pre-show.
Ravindra has been powered down the ground from Buttler. Does it go for 4? Well, probably have to check that. It's athletic fielding. Is it successful fielding?
Well, it's Daryl Mitchell. Long off. Such is the power that Jos Buttler possesses. Means he has to do a lot of work to stop it, but the second attempt is really close. Does he do enough and save 2 runs? Yeah, can't quite see at that angle. It looks a good piece of work.
TV umpire is Paul Wilson. He's adjudicating on this one. Good luck, blocker. That's tight. I think he might have done brilliantly. Fully committed.
You're always looking for those advertising cushionings to move. Don't think we saw anything there.
No boundary.
Come on. Stay right. Game here. Just under 200 lads.
Clever, and he's got it fine. Fast outfield. Smart cricket from Joe Root.
Yeah, brilliant innovation again from Joe Root. Slowish wicket, this can be a difficult shot to play. Plays it to perfection, recognises the gap and the ball.
With Ravindra on, because he doesn't bowl it like Santner, as a skipper, are you tempted? I mean, I'm looking out now thinking that Nicholls quite wide. Are those two better off a lot finer because you've got a bit of cover at deep point?
Yeah, absolutely, Dooley. Should never be beaten on your left in the position that Jimmy Neesham is at. Fair enough, Mitchell Santner might get a cut shot either side of him. Plenty of cover. And bear in mind, at this particular ground, square boundaries are the biggest.
Eight from the over, 187 for 4. Buttler in this innings is striking at 104.9. Best strike rates in ODIs if you've scored 2,000 runs or more. Belongs to Glenn Maxwell, and in second place is Josh Buttler. Other powerful hitters as well, Shida Freedy, Sara Pereira, and Jason Roy, who didn't make the trip for England on this occasion. Henry continues. Thought he might have turned his arm over. Maybe the odd cutter.
Absolutely, it's an option. It's a very good surface. I think he would have been a good option to go to just to mix things up for an over or two. You know, just to try and say Nish and Ravindra, Phillips, Mitchell, you've got to get through 20. All of a sudden he bowls a tight one.
All down, Buttler trying to fiddle one down to third, which was up in the circle. Henry has struck a massive blow.
Well, this is huge for New Zealand. Brilliant move from Latham, the skipper, to get Henry back into the attack. Just a good line, a good length. Again, wobble seam. Buttler looking to create room. Feathers it through to New Zealand, and they realise the magnitude of the wicket. Josh Buttler plays well for 43. England 188 for 5. That's true.
Heard about GoDaddy's online store builder? Build a website and start selling whatever you do. Take the next step on your business journey with GoDaddy.
Settle down, 6p.
My weekend. In the morning, Mum always cooks me a massive breakfast.
I'm not hungry anyway, Mum.
Then I just chill out and relax. Mum, okay. Don't worry, I can do it. In the afternoon, my mate Abby comes over. She's good for chats.
I'm always here to listen.
She can be a bit of a geek sometimes. But I feel like we can get through anything together.
Human achievement.
Looking good.
The drive to understand, to improve. These are the things that bring us greatness. The new iPhone 15 Pro with aerospace-grade titanium at an everyday price on the UK's best network.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
Edges through New Zealand wicketkeeper. So 188 for 5. 2 for Henry. 1 for Santner, Ravindra and Phillips. Liam Livingstone replaces his captain. And so he showed grew up in the ODI series in maturity in the games against New Zealand, but he's certainly batted with a lot of cricketing now, so have to do that here. Oh, gets a ripper. That was a beauty. The surprise one from Henry. Well, that will have woken him up.
We'll have a stoppage in play here and a new helmet required. Good. Short ball rising, clonk straight on the side of the helmet. Tried to drop the gloves, but they were there or thereabouts, and a nice white mark on the side of that helmet. Good from Matt Henry. Too predictable. Hope everything is okay with Liam Livingstone. Looks okay there. Ask the obligatory questions. What day is it? How old are you? Where are you?
He says Manchester. We're in trouble, but I think he's okay. What is it that you got to recite the months of the year backwards or something? That's one of the questions. There's some others you got in there as well.
Yeah, that's about right. England team. Rob Young out there at the moment running through the questions, and it looks like he's passed.
Did a feature in the summer, didn't we, on the new helmets that have come in and how the safety's improved. They laser sort of the shape of your head so it fits properly, but it's obligatory now to change the outer shell once you get hit, and of course you get the concussion test. That was massive. And you like the tactics there, Simon Doull from New Zealand.
Love the field placement and the tactics from the captain and the bowler as well. We'll run you through why. Think about that shot there in this phase of the game, that you're only allowed 4 fielders outside the circle. So often you go to a seam bowler and he will have his third back. The third will be back the boundary all the time. but that sort of leaves a gap elsewhere in the field. New Zealand deciding to leave third up inside the circle, fill all the other gaps, and then make Root or Buttler try and access that area and tell Matt Henry to bowl nice and straight. They've gone back to a more orthodox field for this phase of the game. For that wicket to Buttler, they had third up inside the circle. He tried to run it down, just edged it through to the keeper. So I thought it was brilliant. Brilliant captaincy, good bowling, good hard line and length from Henry. He's been exceptional in the last couple of years from New Zealand's point of view, Matt Henry.
Another short ball this time. Livingstone pounces on it, but there is protection in the shade out in the deep. 191 for 5. I reckon that's the place to field today, don't you, out there? Mitchell's got it right as well, hasn't he? Two of them have got it spot on. Stay in the shade.
Absolutely hot day here in Ahmedabad. Might work at all. New Zealand have done a good job so far. Let's say after the dismissal of Josh Buttler, certainly in the balance. An interesting phase coming up.
I think here that England would want to try and maybe take Ravindra down, but they just lost Buttler. Livingstone fresh to the crease.
Yes.
They've just lost wickets at regular intervals, haven't you? Look at the fall of wickets in the 8th. End of the 13th, 17th, in the 22nd, in the 34th. Just New Zealand have managed to peg them back.
Yeah, and you'd say one of the strengths of the England batting lineup, yes, they have a lot of power hitters within it, but amongst it, the basics are so important. Basics of building partnerships throughout the course of the innings to allow you to catapult yourself and the team.
Way fine. Bolt is very quick, very athletic, but such is the pace of the outfield. That's away for a welcome boundary.
Just an early dive or give up, isn't it? Almost at that point. It is so fast. Also advertising mattings. They speed the ball up a little bit or assisted it going at a rapid pace.
As athletic and as quick as Bolt is, I reckon the only guy on the New Zealand side that might be able to chase one down is Phillips. Really about as quick as I've seen, I think.
Holding Santner back as well here. Maybe for that last phase, that extra fielder out.
Smacked away. He's a strong man, and that's been bullied to the boundary. Brings up England's 200. 203 for 5 after 35.
So the game nicely in the balance. 15 overs to go. Santner. England have done well in spite of losing half their. They're maintaining a good run rate. Which means if they carry on at this rate, they'll reach 289 at the end of 50. Anything between 6 and 8 or 7 will get them close to 300. And sure route the key really here. 63 from 71.
Yeah, I felt it was always likely to be the key for England. A, because he's the classiest player in the lineup, but also because a lot of the focus in the last few years has been on T20 and just getting back to the rhythm of 50 over cricket. A second, getting back to the rhythm of 50 over cricket, which is obviously at a quicker pace than Test cricket, but is certainly not as frenetic as T20. I don't think there's anybody better in the England side than pacing an innings than Joe Root.
I think one of the reasons, especially here, is that he doesn't get stuck against spin. At this stage, so you go back to your main bowlers, experienced bowlers. He's bowled much better from around the wicket. He's cut the angle. Doesn't give room to the right-hander.
Yeah, he searches for swing with the new ball, and then when there is no swing, he'll change his angle, come round the wicket, try and cramp the right-hander. That's the knuckle ball, beautifully bowled. You can see it just as it wobbles down towards Livingstone.
You'll see a lot of this from bowlers in this tournament. As the tournament progresses, the pitches get a little drier, a little slower. These variations in pace so important. The off-cutters, the slow bouncers.
Yeah, 3-dot balls. And you feel Liam Livingstone is itching to go. He's a boundary hitter.
He is, and he's a much stronger hitter leg side than off. His great strength really is to mow it over mid-wicket. But at the moment, Trent Ball is A, mixing his pace up beautifully, and B, holding a line outside off stump. He's trying not to put it in Livingstone's arc so they can be hit over mid-wicket.
That's chipped in the air and straight to long on. So the pressure building up, 4 dots on the trot. And that's led to the wicket. And full marks to Trent Boult here.
Big wicket this for New Zealand, because Livingstone can do some damage in the last 10 overs of an innings. And credit to Boult, who frustrated him. A combination of knuckleballs, changes of pace, holding a line so that Livingstone couldn't get it to his favoured mid-wicket area, and then finally another knuckleball, and he chips it straight to Matt Henry at long on. Excellent bowling from Trent Boult. Big wicket for New Zealand. England 221 for 6. Livingstone gone.
Why do you want a trip to Lourdes?
Our best friend always wanted to go. Miracles happen there. I'm sorry I was too late.
I get you now. You left, so I hated you. But never more than I loved you.
Even when you don't believe, there's always hope, isn't there?
The Miracle Club in cinemas October 13th.
Sam Curran comes out to the middle. Left-hander. Really good competitor. Just when England are looking to get a move on, a wicket has been taken. Full marks to Trent. Really chipped away, and then it was Livingstone chipped away to Henry.
Yeah, that's been the story of the England innings, really. At every juncture when you feel they're about to press the accelerator, they've lost a wicket crucially, and Buttler went just now with Livingstone. You really Livingstone in for the final phase of the innings, the last 10 overs of the innings, which is not saying they've not got players who can do it. They're back deep. Curran, Woakes, even Wood and Rashid, all useful players down the order. But Livingstone is destructive. And Root just holding things together for England now. And looking at the New Zealand bowling lineup, England will be very disappointed if they don't get 300 and more, given that New Zealand have had to mix and match for 20 overs. Really, they've got 3 main bowlers and then they're having to fiddle their way through the rest.
Here comes Bolt. Excellent over. A wicket maiden, 221 for 6.
This one as well, lads. Give an idea.
So here's Santner.
Talking about knuckleballs, just asking Simon Dool over my left shoulder who was the first that he saw do it in cricket. Zahir Khan. He reckons, but you'd say it's the most recent of the development of the slower ball. There's many different variations now, the knuckleball. Very good one. It's very hard for the batters to pick.
And Zahir mentioned, I've got a ball up my sleeve. I'm going to try it, but it never came out for a year and a half. So it obviously took a lot of, time to practice and then get the confidence to be able to implement it in the middle. That too in T20 cricket. But, a lot of bowlers now around the world bowl it and bowl it well.
Hey boys, go 7 here.
Baseball aficionados, of which I am not one, know that Tim Wakefield passed recently, a leading exponent of the knuckleball in baseball, which is where cricket has taken that development from.
A lot of teams have used baseball coaches as their fielding coaches. Mike Young did it for many years for Australia. Throwing techniques, knuckleballs, sliding.
And I think that fielding side that Mike Young had an influence over was the best fielding side that I've seen, with the likes of Simons and Ponting in tight in the circle. I thought they were an outstanding fielding unit.
40 gone, 224 for 6.
Speaking of Mike Young, I remember he used to do all of his warm-up drills with a baseball bat. And we, even as players, baseball mitts started to be thrown into your training kit. It wasn't the pads and thigh guard and your gloves and your helmet and a couple of bats. Your baseball mitt was becoming the most important thing.
He had great control over it as well. If he'd hitting boundary catches in practice, even with that baseball, relatively thin baseball bat, he'd get it pinpoint accuracy to the boundary edge. And there's a long history of Australian cricketers who were baseballers as well. The Chappell brothers were very keen baseball players.
So 10 overs to go. Rachin Ravindra into his 9th over.
Well, middle phase of the innings here was dominated by the partnership initially between Buttler, who played as fluently as anybody, and Root, until Buttler just nibbled at one and feathered it behind. Wickets have just come at unfortunate times from an England perspective. Livingstone, the last of them to go.
And tactically, from England's point of view, now Root 75. If he targets 100, gets 100 without taking too many risks, England will be close to that 300-run mark. Santner at some stage is going to take his chances. Still plenty of overs left. You look at it, it's 57 balls still to go. The runner ball is 280. Let's see how the innings has panned out.
Yes, Jonny.
Yeah, and those run rates there, or strike rates, not having that acceleration really comes back to the point that we made about wickets tumbling at just the wrong time from an England perspective, not from a New Zealand perspective. And that's just held England in check.
Now it all really rests on Joe Root's shoulders, doesn't it? He'll try and bat out the rest of the innings and hope that Curran and Chris Woakes and the likes go big around him. At some point he's got to flick the switch as well.
229 for 6.
Get noticed in the MG4 EV, our no-compromise electric hatchback, with up to 281 miles of electric range and spacious interior. Take a ride in the MG ZS EV, our stylish SUV with up to 273 miles of electric range and enhanced safety technology. And what's more, they're both available with 0% finance. Contact your local dealer now to arrange a test drive. Get more with MG.
So Glenn Phillips into the attack. Just one over before this. Got the wicket in that over. Now Moeen. A wicket again. This is just a second over for Stanley. Now his Fox route.
A real bonus this for New Zealand. Glenn Phillips, who in his one over earlier picked off Moeen Ali. Brought back in the 42nd over now. Root looking to reverse sweep, but picking the wrong length to do it. It was too full, and it just sneaks under his bat and onto leg stump. And talked about New Zealand having to fiddle 20 overs between three of their bowlers, Phillips being one of them. And for Phillips to have figures of 2 for 3 is a bonus perhaps that they can't have imagined would have come their way. 229 for 7, Root gone for 77.
What's that, Chico? You want to share our energy-saving tips and track what we use on our smart meter display? Shortening showers to 4 minutes and lowering your combi boiler flow temperature to 60 degrees.
For extra help managing your household budgets, search Get a Smart Meter today.
So 229 for 7. Against the run of play, Joe Root dismissed by Glenn Phillips. Chris Woakes has come out to the middle to join Sam Curran. 2 new players at the crease. Very important that England look to bat out these 50 overs and get a score in excess of 270 from here. New Zealand will believe another wicket here. They can restrict England under 250.
Perfect scenario this for New Zealand with 2 new batters in. And the dangerous players, namely Buttler, Livingstone and now Root, all departed.
This is the problem with premeditated shots, isn't it? And sometimes when a new bowler comes back on, let they tend to bowl their stock delivery, and I think that's exactly what Joe Root was expecting. That back of a length, just outside off stump, something that he can reverse. Instead, then Phillips goes nice and full, and like you said, just sneaks under the bat.
This is a big bonus from New Zealand's point of view. First Moeen Ali and then Joe Root. Then by Glenn Phillips. Yeah, it was the first ball of his spell. New spell. Root thought take a chance with a reverse sweep. He was smart with his length though, Phillips. Because of that wicket, he'll get away with this over with 4 singles being taken. Just what his captain would have wanted. Should get too easily. So he'll be really disappointed. Did all the hard work. Just when it was time to cash in, he was dismissed. Again. It's a long walk, 94 steps, 235 for 7.
The last time England played here was the day-night test match. Jonny Bairstow got a pair, lasted 11 balls I think across 2 innings, so that's about 270 steps. They're back for nothing.
Yes, I was in the dressing room. I just didn't come down once we went up in the morning. So another over for Rachin Ravindra, his a final of this innings. Good time to bowl 2 new players. A wicket just been taken, that of Joe Root. And Glenn Phillips 2 for 9 from his 2.
The fall of wickets you can see down below, and you feel like the English innings has been just on a handbrake. There's only once really they've lost back-to-back wickets, but you can see the spacing, you know, as it's a coach killer, back-to-back wickets, but it's that spacing of just they're getting going, another wicket falls.
Last 26 balls, just 2 wickets, or just 15 runs. No boundaries. So the breaks have been put on the scoring, wickets being taken.
Joe Root has been successful in playing the reverse A couple of times he's gotten away. This time, unfortunately, just a little bit full. You can also see the difference when he plays it against the pace bowlers. He goes more square on, front on, that he can go either side. Against the spinners, he's just looking the one way.
The boundaries have dried up, that's for sure. Especially at this stage of the innings, you expect boundaries to be hit. This shows what wickets can do. England now will be trying to scramble through to 250 and then take anything they get from there. So 43 overs have been bowled, 239 for 7.
New Zealand bowlers have pulled things back really well throughout the innings. Every time England have tried or threatened to get away in that partnership with Best for the 5th wicket from 118 to 188. Threatened to put England in a really strong position. England have found a way to fight back. I still believe that most of those 7 wickets, gentlemen alongside, have been gifted New Zealand's way. Nasser Hussain, Owen Morgan to take us through to the end.
Yeah, they have been gifted, but I think you have to give credit to Tom Latham, the way he's used his attack and what he's got in that attack. Those 3 main bowlers and then some fiddly overs he's had to find. I think he's done it pretty much spot on. He's fiddled well with his attack. This lands short of backward point. And now he's just trying to get through to over 45. Once he gets to over 45, he's got 2 from Bolt, 2 from Henry and 1 from Santner. They're his 3 big guns today. No Saudi, obviously. No Ferguson.
Dragged down. And Woakes is too good a player to not put that away.
He's a very good batter as well, Chris Woakes, with some very valuable innings for this England white ball team over the years. Took the length really well and helps it on its way. Rolls his wrists nicely.
First boundary for 33 deliveries, so New Zealand have kept him very quiet.
It's the only way to keep a white ball side quiet, in particular this one, is to continuously take wickets, because the batting is so deep. Something that Owen realised when they left the 2015 World Cup and worked towards that 2019. Everything is made on the batting, but you need wicket-taking bowlers as well, or a captain who can work out a way of getting wickets.
I think that's exactly where Tom Latham has recognised the risk and reward. Go back to this decision to bring Matt Henry on. Back early, the prize wicket at Joss Buttler.
Finish from Phillips, 247 for 7.
Hi, I've come about the leak.
Come on in. It's the bathroom at the top of the stairs. I'll pop the kettle on.
Oh, lovely.
It's a bit of a tricky one.
With click and collect from over 550 stores, you can conquer any job with Toolstation.
Goals. England gain momentum in this over against the quality of Santner. Might have to push that option.
Well, he's going to bowl Santner out now, so that could mean that Phillips bowls one more. Interesting to see how England go.
The other option is Nicholls, but I just think that what Phillips has done, he might just stick with him for one more. Does Sam Curran see this as an opportunity? The left armour coming into him.
Yeah, it is his matchup, and he is a good hitter of spin. Often England have used him in T20 to go in and target a spinner. That's why in IPL cricket he's done pretty well, to be honest. Genuine all-rounder in white ball cricket, but with 7 down, you may just see 5 overs and 5 balls, still a reasonable amount of time.
Was the one that was tempting.
That is the carrot dangled right in front of him. A good indication of what they're going to try and do. They do target anybody. Will it be Phillips? Or they'll wait until the final 3 overs. try and capitalise on a good score. Run a ball from here, takes him into a strong position with one big over to be added.
Beautiful set. Lovely, got it.
You know England are struggling when Owen Morgan's talking about a runner ball from here in the last 5 overs of an ODI.
And that one big one. That's a pretty big one. Looking earlier, you were thinking probably 320, 330. Now anything over 300 is a good result. New Zealand will probably feel under 290, 300 is a good result from their point of view as well. The bowling resources that they've had today. Really slow, and Santner will have another. That is beautiful bowling. Finishes a magnificent spell from the left arm spinner with the wicket of Chris Woakes.
It is a special bit of bowling. I said earlier about how he varies his pace, how up front in the power play he goes quick, slow, and then at this stage he often just tosses it up. He tossed it up to Curran. He couldn't be tempted. He tossed it up to Woakes. He was. And all it produced was the leading edge. That is brilliant bowling to end a brilliant spell. Not much in the surface, but Santner finishes 10 overs, 2 for 37. Woakes finishes on 11, 250 for 8.
The 8:30 mark, wasn't it? Last night, the dew 8:30 to 9. Post 9 o'clock, it was quite wet underfoot. That's probably around about the 40 over mark.
Yeah, and if you consider how things change over the course of a game when dew does set in, no better indication in the IPL final. 200 odd, played 200 odd. I think they're continuously better as the evening went on, albeit a very, very long evening, Dooley. It was excellent batting conditions. Which makes you worry even more about this total that England are posing. They're going to take wickets. They'll have to play their trump cards early on in the innings.
Which evening are you talking about? It was 2 evenings and a very early morning. Might just get away with that. It's okay. One for the over, perhaps. One thing to note in that shot there is how scuffed up that ball has become. Really seen reverse swing, but the ball has become quite scuffed. Push for two. Rashid will come back. No.
Good in, lads. Well done there.
It's a really good spell from Matt Henry as well. Finish with a run out. No, they can't. Can't finish it off. Ends the 48th, 263 for 9. New Zealand done well. I mean, that's courtesy of bowling. Plenty of overs of spin. 23, in fact, from Santner, Ravindra and Phillips. Umpires have got a little more leeway, freedom to penalise sides quite heavily through this ICC Men's 50 over World Cup as well. So look forward to them controlling the game. Do they wait here? Do they just try and pick up 4 or 5 and then maybe really go hard at Nisham in the last, Owen Morgan?
Yeah, for me they do. I clearly think having runs by singles and twos at this stage of the inning could prove valuable. Perhaps they see it differently than we do. They think it'd be a score of upwards of 300. They need to target this over, otherwise singles will do.
Well, they're bowlers, so they will see it differently, Dooley.
Nothing wrong with different points of view, Nessa.
I said it, I was all right with you, but then Ian Bishop stared at me from the back of the box. I can take you on, but not Bish and you.
All right.
Maybe not, actually.
Good Yorker from Bolt there. That's not really hard, but straight to the man. To cover point. Some sort of form today. You cannot keep great players down, and he certainly is one of those. need him to be in this sort of form and better throughout this World Cup. Really good, Trent Bolt, after 12 from that first over. I mentioned it last night when we were on the Nasser again this morning. I think the T20 cricket that he's played in the last year, having opted out of his New Zealand contract, has made him a better bowler. He's always going to be great with the new ball, but I think he's a better death bowler now as well. Nails those Yorkers better. He's got variations. We've seen that already with the knuckleball. He's worked really hard on that. But he's had to bowl a lot of overs at the back end of innings in T20 cricket and franchise cricket in the last year.
And in the same way, I think nowadays in white ball cricket, you've virtually got to be three-dimensional, bat, bowl and field. I think as a bowler you've got to be three-dimensional for all three phases. It was the reason Owen, for example, chose Archer ahead of Willie for the last World Cup. Willie exceptional with the new ball, but then as the game progresses, innings progresses, not as influential. Archer, absolutely all phases. Bumrah, all phases. Bolt, now look at him, all phases. Yorker to finish his spell, 268 for 9. Maybe an area Shaheen Shah Afridi could improve on. Up front, brilliant. How many times did he take a wicket in his first over? 2 wickets in his first 2. He becomes less effective as the innings progresses. It's going to be vital. Death bowling, he's blowing, but he's done a shift there for his team, as he often does. 10 overs, 1 for 48.
One to go, and it's the over that Wood and Rashid will look to target now, because Jimmy Neesham has to bowl it. Tom Latham rightly went with Bolt and Henry trying to pick up the last wicket. It's down to Neesham to bowl the last. It's not an unusual situation for James Neesham either. He's had to do this in the past. Finds the boundary rider out at cover point. You can see with the field set that that's probably not the line.
No, I think he's got away with that, to be honest. I think we'll see him going in. To the wicket here. We're seeing cutters pace off, making Rashid and Wood head out towards the leg side. Those 4 men are out on the leg side. On that, Adil Rashid likes to play through that third man position. He's up at the moment.
Look for the slower ball, but it's got through underneath Latham as well. It'll be a wide.
Oh, and how much do you allow your bowler a degree of bluff about him? You know, this field is all set for short pitch bowling. the batters know it's going to be short pitch bowling, or think that, and we've seen him pitch 2 up here. Is there a bit of captaincy that says, I'll set a field, but you do what you want?
I think there has to be an element of that. It just depends on the strengths of the bowler and also the strength of the batter that you're bowling against. You're batting at lower order England players, yes, that can bat, but your good ball should be good enough.
Well, that's not. And that is good enough from Adil Rashid. It was length and it's been dispatched.
Well, that was another pitch-up delivery. Slightly slower one, and Rashid just waited for it. Belted it over mid-wicket for 6. That is right in the slot from Nishan. Whether you're number 1 or number 11, that's where you want it.
It's the Yorker right this time. They'll take 1. I like to think with any field set you've got at least 2 options from a bowling point of view, sometimes 3. With the 4 on the leg side, I think there are a couple of options. Slow ball into the surface, short ball bouncer if you want, but make sure it's at the body, or you can go that leg stump Yorker. That's good.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Dooley. Particularly during this phase of the game, the last 10 overs, the 3rd power play. You only have to have 4 men in the ring. An extra man does go out from the 2nd power play to the 3rd. Which means you can work a line, whatever that line might be that you're trying to bowl. Yorker, hard length, and then shorter delivery. Control is key, though.
Rashid goes out to deep mid-wicket. This time, Phillips is quick enough to make sure it's only 1. Slow ball into the surface is not a bad one, but Rashid's just got the toe end of the bat.
Last ball of the innings, make sure you run, basically. We saw that from the World Cup final 4 years ago, when New Zealand didn't run off the last ball. Run wherever it goes, make them run you out.
And they will. A little under edge from Mark Wood. Isham finishes well. England, having been sent into bat in the opening game of the ICC Men's World Cup for 2023, will post 282 for 9. Good performance from New Zealand's bowlers, but how good the score is, well, only time will tell when we see the England bowlers come out and we see the New Zealand batters. Both sides are batting to 9 at least, genuinely batting to 9, so Time will tell.
Yeah, considering the resources they had, I thought Tom Latham did really well, and his bowlers backed him up. Used the three big guns, his three go-to bowlers perfectly, kept going back to them for wickets, and just filled in. Then Phillips with two for, no Ferguson, no Southey, and they've kept England to a below par score, but it is a score. .282 for 9, set up nicely.
Nicholls just trying to explain how that one got away from him, I think, over deep mid-wicket. And yeah, look, it's not an easy job. It is not an easy job bowling that last over, even if it is to numbers 10 and 11. They're both capable of hitting the ball out of the park. Rashid and Wood, they proved that, or Rashid in particular proved that. Mark Wood did a good job. And then come together at 250. They put on 30 for the last wicket. Those innings at time can be really crucial. Pretty good performance at the back end. Yes, England looked like they were getting over 300 at different stages. Apart from Joe Root, nobody really got set though. So does that tell us a little story about the surface? We think it was pretty good. Batters might have a different story, and they might be able to tell their bowlers a little bit different as well.
Yeah, vital partnership there. 30 runs could be the difference later on this evening. Rashid and Wood, they bat all the way down, England, and they needed to. They're the three big guns at the top there, with no Ferguson and no Southey. 1 for 48 Bolt, whose first over went for 12. 2 for 37, excellent from Santner. 3 for 48 from Henry. And look at those Phillips figures for Phillips. 3 overs, 2 for 17.
.282 for 9. How do New Zealand feel about that? Let's go sideline. Lisa Stalaker, who have you got?
Hi, Glenn. I just wanted to ask you, how pleased are you with your bowling performance today?
Oh, we were absolutely brilliant today. You know, obviously they got off to a bit of a flyer, and for both our pacers and then also our spinners to bring it back to the middle, and then to be able to give ourselves a defensive target of 280 was very pleasing.
Did you expect to bowl a certain amount of overs this match?
Not necessarily. Obviously, when Stokes was rested for this game, then that was one left-hander taken out of the equation. So obviously, it was always going to be a few overs. And hopefully a few impact overs, which thankfully it was today. But obviously we've got plenty of options, and Tommy used them really well, I reckon.
And how did you find the pitch played throughout the innings?
I felt it played really well. There was a little bit of nibble early on, which I think is promising for the seamers, but I think as it goes on, I think it's going to get better. And I think from a spin perspective, the slow ones did turn a little bit, so it's very pleasing to see all round.
Pleased with what you've kept England to?
Yeah, obviously they bat so far down the order, and for us to be able to keep them to anything under 300 on this field where it's lightning fast, I think we were very pleased with.
All right, well done on your performance in the first innings.
Thank you very much.
Very good from Phillips. Thank you, Lisa Stalaker, sideline. Any story that first 10 overs, 51 for 1. England were off to a pretty good start, then 61 for 2 in the next lot. So fairly consistent throughout, but they lost wickets throughout as well, and that is what pleased New Zealand, and that's what meant that run rate stayed around that 5 to 6 mark all the way through the innings, and England were unable to accelerate too much. 282 for 9, and do not switch your sets off, don't go anywhere. There are plenty of excitement machines to watch. Mark Wood, will he clock that 150 mark? Rashid, will he get some turn? Woakes, Latham, Conway, Phillips, plenty of power in this New Zealand lineup as well, and they need 283 to win.
Occasion to be in. Sexton again.
Extra gone. Got it. Nice from Josh Buttler. All gone.
Hello, Britain. At Benenden Health, we've got you, with affordable private healthcare for everyone.
Affordable? You like affordable?
You'll love this then, Roz. It's just £12.80 per person per month.
Oi, hang on. What's that?
No catch, Angelo. Clearly. Can anyone join? Everyone's welcome, Sam. No one's excluded. 850,000 people are already with us. So whoever you are...
Rachin! We've got you.
Hey, that's my line. Benenden Health. Healthcare done different.
Hi, I've come about the leak.
Come on in. It's the bathroom at the top of the stairs. I'll pop the kettle on.
Oh, lovely.
It's a bit of a tricky one.
With click and collect from over 550 stores, you can conquer any job with Toolstation.
We're gonna lay it down pretty easy, take a load off, man. And low.
Show the world what it means to be a fan at fanatics.co.uk, a collection of officially licensed fan gear. Fanatics.co.uk, officially licensed everything.
Ahoy! I'd like a parking permit for this here vehicle.
One moment, sir.
Working or retired from the public sector or civil service? It's time for fun with Boundless. Free entry to attractions, discounts in restaurants, and hundreds of other things to do in your free time. Join today. Visit boundless.co.uk.
You ever thought about yours?
Funeral? Yeah.
Flowers, service.
Everyone there. The more the merrier.
Even your axe, Mark?
It sounds a bit mad, but I think I want to be buried with these.
Scatter you where?
I think here.
Yeah, sure, there. You have what you want.
What about you with your accent? Which one?
For help starting your conversation, visit Co-op Funeral Care.
Now away from the Cricket World Cup, they are racing in the F1 in Qatar tomorrow because it's qualifying. Then on Saturday we've got the sprint race from 5:30 and Qatar Grand Prix at 4:30 on Sky Sports F1. Those 3 days of racing available in Ultra HD, as is the Premier League football. On Saturday night it's Crystal Palace against Nottingham Forest at 5, and Super Sunday, of course, 2 games. Brighton, Liverpool from 1, and Arsenal against Manchester City from 4. Back to the Cricket World Cup. Tomorrow these games come thick and fast. It's Pakistan, Netherlands at 9 o'clock in the morning. 2 games on Saturday. Bangladesh, Afghanistan from 5:30. South Africa's game with Sri Lanka comes your way at 9 a.m. And then on Sunday, well, it'll be rocking at this game, that's for sure. India enter their own World Cup. They take on Australia at 9 o'clock in the morning. Sky Sports Cricket, that is Sunday. So, England have batted first here in Ahmedabad, and they posted 282 for 9. They needed that last little partnership between Wood and Rashid. Many people thought they would get over 300 at the start when Bairstow played some nice shots. Root made 77, Buttler 43, but New Zealand just kept chipping away. Henry was excellent with 3 for 48, but my goodness, didn't Santner do his job beautifully? And the surprise package was Phillips. New Zealand need 283 runs at just a tick over 5.5 and over. Delight to say Owen and I are joined by Ian Smith. Going to come to you first, Owen. What sort of total is that?
Yeah, I think it's a well below par total. The pitch looks really good. There was a clear indication of that by some of the shots that the England team were playing. You know, everybody seemed to get a start, but nobody kicked on, and I think England will be kicking themselves a little bit because they did a lot of the hard work and a lot of the graft that you do to establish a partnership in many ways, and at no stage would you say that New Zealand bowled unbelievably well enough to take wickets that they did, and they took wickets in clusters. You know, the likes of Glenn Phillips contributing today with the ball, and in the way that he did was just unbelievable. To get prize wickets of Moeen Ali and a huge wicket of Joe Root is just something that you wouldn't have foreseen coming into this game. And yes, the wicket might have slowed up at touch, but I would have said it's a 300 wicket. So England, I don't think, will be happy at this stage of the game. They'll have to come out and bowl really well.
Henry was excellent, Phillips and Santner were excellent. And what about the captain, Tom Latham? Great to see you, by the way, Smithy.
Yeah,
thank you for joining us. What did you make of that performance?
Woody, I thought it was a better than average performance from New Zealand's point of view. When I looked at the patchwork nature of the side they put together today, they've got 3 players out of the 15 who weren't able to play today because of injury. That's outrageous going into game 1 of the World Cup. So what Tom Latham was able to manufacture out of what he had, I think they would take a 282. If you'd have said to him at the toss, look, you're going to have 283 as a target, I think he'd have taken that any day of the week. So I agree with Morgs and the fact that England shot themselves in the foot a number of times throughout that innings. You look at that scoreboard, every player got to the point where he should have felt like he was getting set and then got out. And, you know, most teams in this World Cup don't need to give other sides an advantage like that. Right here and now, I think it'll take some getting. I'm not quite sure about the quality and the lasting nature of the pitch. It'll take some getting, but it's 50-50 less than I thought New Zealand would be going after.
We know Santner's qualities, but Phillips was a surprise package. And when Latham, as you say, is trying to juggle the pack with players out injured, you need that performance from someone you might not expect it from.
Well, in the first warm-up game, they played against Pakistan, and Phillips opened the bowling. And I thought, what the heck is going on? In all honesty, now I know what was going on here. He bowled a few overs too against South Africa in the second warm-up game. But I think they just thought they have to have someone that's going to turn the ball the other way. And you know, when they had the left-handers come out, little did they know that he would pick up key wickets and very, very key wickets at a bad time for England. So, look, a bonus. I'll put that in the bonus category. We'll say that. I'm not going to say Glenn Phillips is going to win the World Cup for New Zealand bowling, but I will say that that was one out of the box.
You heard it first, the new Muralitharan, Ian Smith. Normally, when, say, your side was maybe a bit below par, and we hear it in the Test side under Brendan McCullum, they say we didn't go hard enough. Was that the case? They didn't go hard enough?
Yeah, here I think, and full well knowing after the first game of the most recent series against New Zealand, exactly what Joss Buttler reiterated. And you sit back and you analyse the innings that's just been and gone, and you'd say England didn't throw many punches, so that's always a good indicator as to whether they went hard enough or not, because every World Cup has something different, and you want to be the point of difference. You don't want to go through a couple of games and then say, well, actually, we're going away from our game here. We need to do more. You want to set your marker out as soon as possible in the tournament. It might not be the first game, but gain confidence in the process that got you to this place in the first place, really. And for me, you know, when Jonny Bairstow clipped that six off Trent Boult, we were all thinking, oh, this is going to be a beauty, and up against it, 12 off the first over. You sort of thought, now's your opportunity to apply pressure. There's a different dynamic at the top of the order now with Malan and Bairstow. There's probably more responsibility on Bairstow to lead the charge and be that pace setter, whereas previously it's been Jason Roy who does it almost in default mode. That is his natural game. So again, I'd probably say no, they didn't go hard enough.
I love the simplicity though of Matt Henry at the start, because wickets didn't fall straight away, but the dismissal of Malan was proper old school bowling, wasn't he? He assessed the conditions pretty quickly, bashed away at that almost test match length and got his reward. And going through this World Cup, if injuries continue to fall, he's going to be key for you, isn't he?
He's a very key bowler, he really is, because he's the one you don't do as much homework on as the other. I mean, they would have spent a lot of time working out how they're going to negate Trent Boult, how they're going to get through Trent Boult. And all of a sudden you find this guy who just bowls that annoying line and length, frustrating away, working away, and he's good to right-handers and left-handers. But he didn't, I wouldn't say he worked them over, but he worked them out. And he worked it out, and the danger area for him was getting him close into the offside and building pressure. And no one likes pressure being built on. Dot balls build pressure. Matt Henry, he'll be a trump for New Zealand in this World Cup, because a lot of sides will have underestimated him. They shouldn't. He played in the last World Cup. He did it.
How insightful was the dismissal of Liam Livingstone with those knuckleballs in these conditions when England come out to bowl?
Yeah, here I think that the back half of England's innings, New Zealand went to a lot pace off, a lot of cross seam. So Trent Boult bowled a lot of knuckle balls, but actually the most important part is it's going to be the first 25-30 overs. Because it goes deep. You know, we were here last night, late in the evening. There was dew that did set in, so upwards of 35, 40 overs into the run chase. Things are going to be hard to bowl. So Josh Buttler is going to have to play his trump cards, and I guarantee you, if there's a level of consistency about the way England are bowling, New Zealand will work that in their favour. They will come after them. They will try and preempt a good length ball, try and create and manipulate angles and score in different areas. So it's going to be a huge challenge for Joss and the team.
What you don't have, though, is the nous of Kane Williamson at number 3. So who plays that role?
Well, I think they take a bit of a punt, and it looks as if they might use Ravindra. Rachin Ravindra at 3 now. Rachin Ravindra in the warm-up game, I've got to be honest, I haven't seen a lot of them live. But he surprised me. They didn't have Shaheen Afridi Pakistan, but they still had Hassan Ali. They still had Harris Ralph. And he took them apart. He scored 90 effortlessly. And if he comes out with that kind of licence, if someone in the top 3 of New Zealand can get New Zealand started and get momentum going, they've got depth to finish this game. They have got depth. So England's effort with the new ball, they've got to strike really early on. Get this young kid in. I mean, he's just a kid. He is just a kid. He's 20 years of age, for God's sake. 20 years of age. I got 3 kids older than him. You know what I'm saying? But he's got ability. He's got that brashness. He doesn't have to fear anything. This might be, if Williamson comes back, it might be his only game. Take it. Have a go.
Enjoy it and take your chance. Thanks very much indeed. Right, Jonny Bairstow was absolutely vital for England doing the Ashes. He's going to be vital during this World Cup as we go through. Full of experience, of course, and he spoke yesterday with
Jonny, 4 years on from that remarkable victory at Lord's. As you sit here now, how do you reflect upon that moment in your career?
A reflection would be a huge amount of pride. I think that as a group and as a team, it's definitely my fondest moment on a cricket field. I think that the group of players that went through that whole cycle, I think, would say exactly the same thing. A heck of a lot of fun. Everyone had each other's backs. There was challenging bits. There was honest conversations also had at times that no one really was affected by that, but took it on the chin and took it in the right way. But as a group,
182. Is not enough, but I reckon on this pitch England feel they've got a chance. They've got Moeen Ali, they've got Adil Rashid, they've got Mark Wood back. They've got plenty of bowling options. Australia, I reckon New Zealand have played the extra batter. They've played the extra all-rounder. Hartwood hasn't played a game since the Ashes. He bowled 3 overs in that warm-up game in Guwahati, but a proper game of cricket Hartwood hasn't steamed in since the Ashes. Interesting to see how his body holds up. Young and Conway at the top of the order. Rachin Ravindra is carded to come down at number 3 because there is no Kane Williamson. Conway knows these conditions well. A lot of experience in India, played some IPL cricket, played well in these conditions. An excellent player, a spin. His partner is Will Young, 30-year-old, averaging 43 with 200s and 550s. And it will be Chris Woakes up front with the new ball. 2 slips in a power play, so you're only allowed 2 out. That would be third man and fine leg. You feel Woakes will bowl a good length. Think how Matt Henry bowled early in the England innings. He hit a length. And that's what Woakes does well. First ball of the run chase. Woakes to Conway. Fraction full, and that will be put away. The outfield has been quick all day. First ball, boundary.
Yeah, the foolish deliveries, even in the first innings, were certainly put away. That's where the batters prefer the ball coming on. The new ball as well, hard. It just slides onto the middle of the bat. The hand being taken off, the bottom hand of Conway. But it has been quick all day, and it feels like it's even gotten quicker.
He dragged his length back there. I don't think there's been anything for being really full here.
When I walked past the pitch after I did the flash interview, I saw the marks, the follow through around the pitch, and certainly a dry surface. So if this ball doesn't swing at all, I wouldn't be surprised if England start to look to scuff it up, get it a little bit softer to allow the spinners to extract some grip.
Yeah, you can see those dry patches where the bowler has followed through, the white mark from the white ball. It's a really good surface. It's a little bit slower than everyone thought as the ball got older. That's why towards the end of that innings, New Zealand used the knuckleball and the slower balls really well. One square to Rashid down at fine leg. It should be 2, it is. Santner standing in his 122nd ODI. Latham in his 51st. So experienced umpires. Too full again, too full from Woakes. That is right in the slot. And as with New Zealand's first over, when they bowled with the bat, they'd got off to a flyer.
Aesthetically pleasing from Devon Conway. If you think about that, Conway, and you think about a particular shot, that's it. But Woakes has to recognize it's taking him maybe a few deliveries longer than I would have thought, that he needs to adjust his length. There's no swing yet.
Good start for New Zealand and Conway. 10 for none. Amazing stadium. Stands over the players, looking down on them. Not seen a cloud since we've been in Ahmedabad this week. Sam Curran, England had to make the decision probably this morning between Topley and Curran. In the absence of Stokes, they've gone with the experience of Curran. He does get a bit of swing. Now, is there a bat on that? He's been given, and he's going to have to walk off. Curran straight away with a wicket with his first delivery.
Back in the day, you'd call it a strangle. It's not where he intended to line this up. It's a good catch behind the wicket. Think a little bit of deviation, just slight, and if you're young, you're kicking yourself for not getting more bat than that and getting it away for 4, but you'll take it. I'd take it if I was in his position, Sam Curran. Got Will Young in his pocket. 10 for 1. Will Young.
Amazon Prime Big Deal Days are coming the 10th and 11th of October. 2 days of epic deals that'll make you feel like a big deal. Save on electronics, home, kitchen and more. Amazon Prime Big Deal Days are coming the 10th and 11th of October, exclusively for Prime members. Join Prime now.
In at number 3, in good nick as well. Runs in the warm-up game against Pakistan. Runs against England in the last game of the series in England. So England needed early wickets and they've got one. Sam Curran, as he often does, finds a way. Average is low because he bats generally down the order. Two slips now. Curran did swing that ball down the leg side, so there's going to be some outswing now to the left-hander Ravindra.
There was a lot of discussion in the build-up to the first match of who was going to open for New Zealand. Will Young, whilst his numbers are good in ODI cricket, they haven't necessarily been outstanding against England. Yes, he scored some runs against Bangladesh in their series building up. There was talk about Ravindra potentially opening. He's pretty much doing that right now.
Oh, inside edge.
He scored, he opened the batting in one of the practice matches and got 9-7.
Tell you what I liked as well. I like the footwork of Joss Buttler. He made it look easy because his movement was early and quick.
Not easy for the captains in this game. They're both wicket keepers. You have to keep an eye on those fielding restrictions. You're only allowed 2 out in this power play. Then later on, as you want to talk to your bowler, he's a good 50 yards away. And you need some of your senior players at mid-off and mid-on to have a chat. Very good this from Curran after a loose first over from Woakes. Curran on the money. No floaty drive balls. Back of a length.
Yeah, just looking at him in the practice game, I think he's benefited from what we can see here from that warm-up game, because when he bowled an initial spell in the warm-up games, he was too short. In fact, he was much more back of a length where he could have been into the good length. Here he started a touch fuller.
Excellent from Curran. A wicket maiden, 10 for 1. A long lineup. Mitchell, who has a fabulous record against England. Latham, Phillips, Chapman, Nicholls, Santner, Henry, they all bat, don't they? England needed an early breakthrough. They've got that with Curran. Now can Woakes follow it up with his second over. He scamper through and just gets home. Direct hit. He may have been struggling. He gambled on the fact that Curran had to run around that as a left-hander, but Curran was quick.
You can tell by the shake of the head. And just about there, he just put on the rocket boosters. Yep, he would have been out. And you sense that as well. That would have been an absolute gift for England. They would have absolutely taken it. Conway being run out by the reaction of the English players. I don't reckon it was that far away from the stumps as well.
That's how much, yeah. That's a better length from Woakes. That was back of a length. In the first over, it was just a fraction too full. All those deliveries up in the slot. If it was swinging, yeah, then understandable, but it wasn't swinging. And with a player like Conway, he doesn't miss out on many. Full again, too straight, and Ravindra off the mark with a boundary.
It's very strong there. Both Devon, Conway and Rachin, Ravindra trained a lot together in the past, and one thing Conway talks about is the wrist work. Very Asian in its method from Rachin Ravindra, who is self-confessed very strong through the onside. Got to keep your length if your Woakes.
Oh, too short now, and he's quickly pounced on that. He was waiting for that.
Yeah, Woakes searching, isn't he? He's searching for the right length. Just not getting it right. Too full the previous delivery this time. Adjust too short. And very simple. Execution of the pull shot. All of a sudden, Woakes' second over going big again.
And Buttler, sensing that Woakes has no rhythm, takes out a slip. So he's reinforced the offside field. That's where he needs to be. Ball after ball. 19 for 1 after 3. 19 for 1. Game of two ends at the moment. Woakes, 2 overs for 19. Curran, a wicket maiden in his 1 over. Have a look at that England batting card again. All the batters getting in and getting out, apart from 10 and 11, useful 30-run partners. First time in ODI history of all 11 batters scored a double-digit score. Close, maybe height. We had one earlier today that was just bouncing over with the new ball. Was this too high? Buttler looks square of the wicket. They reckon too high.
They were all very excited, weren't they, for a split second, hoping that it would go their way. Back leg above the pad.
This is really good from Curran. He's short, he's skiddy, but somehow from a full length he's managed to get bounce and just clip the bails. Two different ends. Area Bishop, isn't there? There's one end that there's throwdowns, the other end that bowlers all over you.
I did not say throwdowns, that was Nasser Hussain. Now, but control of length, that mentioned before in that warm-up game, he got better and better against Sri Lanka, I think it was, and his control of length. Over pitching here is good, just nibbling in a good length, occasionally pulling it back. Very, very good.
Well, the actual review, and I've heard so many bowlers talk about, I've heard Broad talk about it in Test match cricket, on certain pitches, bail trimming high. In fact, most pitches, but on this one in particular, if it's swinging and shaping, you go fuller. But on this pitch, what Matt Henry did well was about that bail trimming high as it gets to the stumps. And Curran, if you did a beehive of where he's been on length, they would all be around the top of the stumps. Brilliant so far. And again, he starts with 2 maidens, a wicket maiden and 6 dots that followed, 19 for 1.
Human achievement. The drive to understand, to improve. These are the things that bring us greatness. The new iPhone 15 Pro with aerospace-grade titanium at an everyday price on the UK's best network.
Goes out. Leg side now. Fine leg comes up. Deep square leg in.
There has to be a lack of rhythm. Can't think that he would deliberately run up and throw one of those down onto leg stump again. So I'd watch for also the short ball, but also the scramble seam or the wobble seam that goes across the left-hander, which Woakes does so well. Got to hold his good length. Tell you who bowled well in the warm-up game. Mark Wood, his first spell, it was only a couple of overs, but I thought Curran was a touch short in his first spell in that warm-up game. Topley was just a touch shorter than Adil, and Mark Wood came on and hit a good length at pace. For a really brief spell. Time will tell whether he can repeat that same rhythm when he comes into the attack.
Sometimes debrief that happened, Josh Buttler putting deep mid-wicket out. Just that extra protection all of a sudden gives a bit more confidence to the bowler to go, okay, I can go a little bit shorter than what I think because I have that protection, and because of that, he's been able to nail 2 of his 3 deliveries in the right length.
In the air, but finds the gap. And they'll hurry away and go away for 4 as well. Double figures now for Ravindra.
Was given that time. Still was in the air for a period of time, and there would have been moments where Ravindra and the English players were hoping that it would go to hand. Maybe not Ravindra, should I say.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that delivery at all. It was on the out, that's where he needs to be. Well, as with all sport, there's many fantasy leagues out there. If you're doing your fantasy league for this World Cup, the top scorers from that first innings: Joe Root 91 points, Matt Henry 91 points. Boundary count back, Root is winning.
Got to give Matt Henry's flowers. No, Root batted well, but I was so impressed. Maybe it's the bias of being a former seam bowler. Matt Henry's control of length was exemplary.
He was, and he had to drag it back as well after the first over, which went for 12. That's tickled fine. He has no rhythm at the moment, Chris Woakes. It'll be interesting. Buttler does with him. He might take him out the attack. It's 27 for 1 after 5. Bowlers aren't just machines. They have days where they're just not in rhythm. The ball just won't come out of the hand how they want. First run off the bat from Curran. Conway pretty strong all round, isn't he? If you look at that, you look at certain players that will be strong in certain areas. 24%. That probably shows you how good he is against spin. That 24% will have a lot of sweeps in there. He's a good all-round player.
Yeah, I like that, Naz, because there's a wonderful story that I think came out a little while ago about how closely Ravindra and Conway and Tom Blundell trained together for a couple of seasons and fed off of each other. They'd go running early in the morning, then they'd do gym a couple of hours later, then they'd do practice sessions, Wellington boys. And feeding off of each other. Who was strong, they'd pass the information on to help those who were weak in a specific area. As I mentioned just now, one of the things Devon Conway mentions is that because Ravindra's so good through the onside, he asked him, picked his brain, and how he did that. And Ravindra, of course, spent a lot of time in India since he was 7, coming back every year. His father from Bengaluru. So it's great to hear those stories of teammates training together and imbibing information from each other.
Just to add to that, these two actually opened the batting for Wellington as well, so plenty of time together.
Not when Conway was almost run out at the other end.
Pitch there. Be a wide. I think Curran saw him coming.
I like the fact that Devon Conway was just trying to upset Sam Curran and his length. Just trying something different. Even though
face off on that occasion, Ravindra saw it. He's seeing it really well. Still a good over for New Zealand, 63 for 1.
Not sure where to start with ED treatment? HIMS makes it simple, with 100% online process and no in-person visit needed. First, complete a simple virtual consultation. Then, we match you with a licensed provider who can determine if treatment is right for you. If approved, your order ships discreetly to your door for free. With treatments like Viagra Connect, Cialis Together, and personalized recommendations, search for ED treatment starts here. Get started today at 4hims.co.uk.
For 1, 8 overs gone, and New Zealand did go to spinners. The first 10, Santner bowled 7th over from memory, might be the 8th, but Josh Buttler's going to have to consider taking the pace out of the game at the moment, because the pace is working only for the batting side. Here's Wood again. Glorious. Left-handers and cover drives. Special.
You never get sick of watching a shot like this being played, but as an England fan it does hurt. A terrific shot off the bat of Devon Conway. It's a touch full. He is the width that allows him to access through the offside. England don't seem to have an answer for this onslaught at the moment.
And this is part of the issue. He might turn it round here as quickly as he's gone for boundaries, Mark Wood, but when you are kept on ice, when you don't bowl in match situations, when a side or a captain, whoever it is, feels like you've only got a certain amount of overs left in you for the rest of your career, it's just not match fit, and that's what makes it tough.
He's going to try and bounce him out with the field he's got now. He's got a fine leg and a deep backward square, and he's brought third man up to bowl to Conway, which suggests he's going to try and bounce him out.
That is the field right there. Mark Wood will have to keep his line straight. Keep the stumps in play, or the top of the stumps, but this field does allow him to go short. Just lucky. Just lucky there, Bairstow. Thought about it. He thought he was in business. No timing there. The plan is clear. The plan is very, very clear. Let's go back to 2007 to a magic moment, Dooley. You and I will enjoy this.
Well, this could be it. Penison might just get there. No, he won't. Doesn't get there.
Jacob Oram at the winning runs. Man of the match.
Not sure we want to mention it. Probably sitting on his couch in Remuera, watching, eating something.
Down the boundary for 4 more. They had third man up because of the plan. Wood goes full, which brings the offside into play, and it's exposed.
Can be a difficult field to bowl with. Like we mentioned, your line has to be right on point, incredibly straight. Conway very aware of the field that set, plays it late and is allowed to access down past short third.
This was played in Gros Soleil, of course, and Scotty Starr has had a terrific outing. 87 not out off 113. Anchored New Zealand's innings and a couple of wickets for 25 off 7 overs. Brilliant.
Ten off the over. It's 73 for 1.
Don't seem to have an answer at the moment. They do have a lot of spin options. See the wear and tear. Almost right arm over the wicket bowlers. I'd say that probably Moeen Ali might be the answer. Access some of that rough. Might get one to turn. The top edge on a slog sweep. Well, there he is. At the moment, 73 for 1. Created the one opportunity, albeit said. A lot of luck on its side, strangle down the leg side for Sam Curran. Josh Buttler turns to Moeen Ali.
2 left-handers at the crease. Footmarks to expose outside off stump and just outside leg stump too for the sweep shot. So there are targets. But a slip. And Joe Root in to start. This is the last over of the first power play. And that will probably run away for 4, will it? No, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Excellent work in the deep, Livingstone.
Intent strike. Away from Ravindra as well. He knows what is coming after this over, that the field restrictions are up for the first 10 anyway. Brilliant from Liam Livingstone there. Straight away some intent to find the boundary and jump on Moeen alley.
Plenty of that. He got plenty of that 6 rows back. Margin for error against this kid at the moment is so small.
Well, it's a second 6 so far in this innings. First off the pace of Mark Wood, and now picking length. Getting into a brilliant position of power to get it up and over mid-wicket for 6.
He's not going to get a New Zealand record, because that record, I'm sure you remember well, Owen Morgan, belongs to Brendan McCullum, the fastest World Cup 50 at 18 balls at Wellington. But if he can get there, a pretty special way to start this World Cup for Rachin Ravindra.
And he's just picking the ball up, picking the length up so beautifully, whether it's pace or spin. The confidence to play World Cup debut, play like this. Quite sublime. That's the end of the first 10. It's 81 for 1. What a stage this is for the opening match. It'll also be the closing match of this World Cup for 2023 by Dan Messina. Signals yet another power play here. But probably, I'm guessing, without an accurate count, it's amazing how many people are in here. I'd say probably 20 to 30,000 now. Just so spread, so vast. Here's Wood again over the wicket. Straight down the ground. That is just imperious.
Well, boundaries continue to flow off the bat. Both Conway and Ravindra. And outside of the power play, you're allowed to have 2 extra men outside of the 30-metre circle. To play a shot like this, find the gap. Power play is irrelevant.
Well, five times in the first 11 overs, New Zealand have got a boundary off the first ball. That hurts.
quick. Very, very quick.
He's done well in the end.